Alrighty, welcome everyone. Happy Sunday once again. Just about to get another session started. So this is where we're gonna start that trading journey we discussed using our 20 pip rule. Also, was to be trading an account live with you guys. I was going to do a challenge account that I have for a client. However, he hasn't provided the login information just yet. So for now, we're just gonna be scalping it out, looking for our potential setups, and just to see overall what the market has to offer. Hope everyone is doing fine so far. You can just confirm, let me know if you guys are hearing me over there, YouTube.
I hear you, Nollis. I hear you.
All right, that's it's over in Zoom. How about my YouTube peeps? You hearing me loud and clear? Okay. All right. So let me just clean this up just a bit. Okay. Sounds good. So prior to market open, this is what I was looking at. As I was saying, with this note, I'm leaning towards this path, which is the sells on gold. Ideally, price shut down here for just about 90 pips. We caught a pullback here, got a second entry here, got just about 50 pip from that entry, and then price is still pushing down. So haven't gotten a retest that I was looking for, maybe off of this trend line. So it seems as if this minor retest was all that we got. So we are adapting accordingly. So overall move on gold right now. We're waiting to see as it relates to reactions from this zone or where it's at, possible pullbacks, possible retracements. All right, so let's just do that. So gold is in that zone. So for GJ, overall was looking at buys on GJ, but was playing this little pullback sells until we got better setups, better confirmations to see if we're gonna continue buying. So it's a little waiting game for this. This week should be pretty exciting one with all them news events. So we're waiting to see what's going on. So GJ is still within this area. I had a trend line on the other chart. I believe it was here. So this would be the first step in identifying possible change of trend. Overall, I had this little area here broken, retested. Set a retest here, push down. This area now is currently holding firm. So we just gotta wait to see what it's gonna do. So for right now, are focusing mainly on the two green zones that I have here, as well as the trend line. So on GJ, this is what we got for right now. So we're just gonna wait to see how it plays out for us. Set our alerts. It's Sunday, so I want to see about any scalping entries going in the overall direction that market is gonna push, so that we not only get a scalping entry but an actual entry for pricing. So these are just various take profit levels that we had going from last week. Had some of them taken out on the other chart. Have some of these still not hit as yet. So we're still honoring that push up until we get something different. So right here, it's pretty much this zone over here that price really is tapping into. That's this whole area right here. That's this whole area. So this whole area. So we want to see some clean breaks out of this area, be it that we're gonna get a push up or a push down. Ideally, it can go down. It could sell off somewhere before continuing up, as these are all possibilities, but waiting for the higher time frame to give me the confirmation so we can pick a side. On the daily, this is what it looks like, so hence why I'm saying that we could ideally get the push back into this area to give that retest to continue pushing up. So ideally, I'd want to see how this new daily candle close. So far, it just created a top and started breaking below this last bearish candle. So wanting to see how it reacts and all of this. So that is currently the outlook that I have on GJ. So we're just gonna wait for the added confirmation so we can pick a side and stick with that side. All right, so those are the two main ones. We're gonna just run through some of the pairs while we're at it. Just to see. All right, so let's look at Geo. All right, so our sell continued. I am like gold. I am waiting on the pullback on Geo. If y'all can remember, this is from the um, session that we did on Thursday. So the sell still running. That's 113 pips right there. If you were still holding, remember that I spoke about this trade and saying that we watch it at this area to see if we get the rejection to continue up. If not, then we would just hold it to see about breaking lows. So it did break below the zone that we had there. And as for right now, we'd like to see a retest just for better sell entrance. However, if we get a scalp entry on this, then we'll be taking it as well. So right here, just about a triple top was created on GU. This support is key right here. So waiting to see what happens with this one. If I was looking earlier, we could have gotten in some sells on this, but that's a bit late. Uh, this 30 pip. All right, we can take this one for Geo. And let this be our first trade of the evening. And GU sells just about now. All right, so GU sells are active and they're running. So again, we're using the 20 pip sheet. I really wanted to actually use it on this call. Well, here's what. If if you would like to put up your account to be traded for this session, then you can let me know. Just so that you can do it live. Or yeah, didn't want to use a demo account on this one. So let's just highlight this so that we know we're active on that. All right, so thoughts on UCAD. All right, let me jump to UCAD in just a minute. UCAD. I think for UCAD we have overall sales on the 4 hour, but let's see. Seven, two, three. All right, so for UCAD, what I'm waiting on is I'm waiting for it to tap into this area here and then extend buys back up to this key area. So I want to see it tap anywhere into this zone. I can start setting up buys. Or we can do the top of this zone. All right, let me remove this. So it could be that is currently rejecting. But ideally, I want it to go in here, but let me see. All right, so what I'm gonna do is just to throw this little trend line here and use this as a gauge. So the first option or confluence is for price to drive down into this area here. However, if it's a case where price is rejecting from this minor level to the left, exactly where it started to retrace from, then at that time we just wait for this trend line, minor trend line, to be broken and retested for us to take some buys. So something to the extent of this and this. But ideally that this is my area for target right here. And then we can wait to see. So from here, ideally, it should continue to sell. But again, we just wait to see what happened there. So UCAD buys on UCAD on the overall trend, trying to play within this zone just to see what price has to offer from there. So if it taps into our zone, then it's at least 170 pip up to that range right there. It can reject from here because this is also a level coming from the left, but I'd prefer to see it in here just for cleaner, safer entries, especially based on the fact that UCAT is not really one of my favorite pairs. So, but yeah, that is actually what I'm looking at. Another one that I've been waiting on would be this one here, AUD. So it hasn't really given me much just yet. Want to see it break out of this zone, this little channel that it's in right here. Want to see a break out of that channel um, for better buy setups. Ideally to, so I'm watching this trend line as well, but ideally I want to see it coming down into this area here, just about here, to give a retest at this level, anywhere here. So I'm not really playing this trend line, but I'm keeping it there because if price breaks out to the downside and it retests this channel, then I would enter the sell based off of that, not necessarily based off the trend line. The break of this trend line would be added confirmation. But what I'm looking at would be just pull back to this zone to see if we would continue our buys pretty much to retest the high just about 6,300 here. Yeah, just about this level here. So ideally, that's what I'm waiting on. Um, More current price action, you could have a trend line like this, which would pretty much work with the overall play of a retest of this area, but trying not to get overcrowded right now. So waiting to see, we can set an alert here as well. Let me see the 30 minutes. All right, so this is what the 30 minutes is looking like. So this is really the area in question. So it doesn't really show on the 4 hour as clear, but this is the area that we'd want to break below. So this would be a form of a breakout trade for the early entry. So not really liking it for sales. I would rather wait for buys. So wait to see the reaction to this trend line and the reaction to this area. Ideally, this is my area of interest. It is what I'm really looking towards to see what price does here. Yeah. Um, what else? All right, so that's a JPY. All right. All right, so for this is a bit of a tricky one. I'm looking for possible sells. Overall, I'm looking for buys back up to this area here. Looking for buys to come back into this area. But we can get a sell um, down to anywhere here as a potential retest to take it up. So ideally, this is the trade that I'll be waiting on where this pair is concerned. That's about 350 pip. So these are the type of swing trades that I like to do. Trades like these. So something of a sort here. Potential rejection, tapping into this, then going to retest this level for CHFJPY. So let's just see about getting some confirmations on this one. All right, so we'll just wait to see what happens at this level. Similar to the play that we're waiting on for GJ. This one would be similar. So we just wait to see what's going on with that. Um, oh, this is orange. CAD CHF. It's been a while since I've looked at it. I think I even removed that one from my list. Yeah, it's not here. But let's see. Okay. Well, wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, so CAD CHF. All right, so let's see. All right, so minor area retest here. All right, so I'm concerned about this trend line here. However, it might be a minor move. Uh, Not worth it. So for me right now on this pair, I'd have to wait for a little bit of information. This is a minor break and retest that happened right here. However, based on the candle formation and this push, the trend line, and the higher time frame zones, I would wait just a bit. Oh wow, that's a complete nosedive. So this is a zone. As you can see, it's clearer from the daily time frame. And this area is pretty much going to decide what happens to CAD CHF, being that it continues on this downtrend, or now we're looking to do a retrace back to these levels to retest these highs, or possibly continue further. So right here, this was an equal low that was made. This is back in 2020. All right, so there's a whole lot of ranging. High, low, made a low, didn't break out, made an equal low. On the daily, this looks ugly. Hold on, let me check on news real quick. So we have a red folder at 2:30 a.m. for its CPI for CHF. So that's gonna be the determined factor. So we will see closer to the time what we're looking at. Not necessarily. Don't really like this trend line, but we'll leave it as is. So that's better. So based on where this is right now, we will wait for news or closer to the news time. Then we'll take a look to see how candles are forming. It is showing bullish pressure. The fact that on the daily, a resistance was created here, and then this candle broke above, a new daily candle broke above. However, the next resistance to the left, the top of this candle right here, is pretty much right in alignment with the trend line. So with all of this, we will see what news has to offer. So we'll wait to see how the candles are printing. If we're getting rejections from this area prior to news, then it is possible that we see this pair making new lows. However, it is looking to go more on the bullish side, but it just has a lot to the left. But news can easily push it up 130 pip at least to retest these areas, and then we will see from there. So for me, if you're not already in it, I just wait. I just wait because see these candles are printing bullish, but they're getting pretty small. So we'll just wait to see what's going on with that one. And yes, if I are right, CPI at 230 for CHF. So we'll wait on that to decide what we're gonna do where that is concerned. So no clear entries or whatnot on that as yet. All right, so EU possible area for retracement. This is the next key level that we can look to tap into. This right here was just a minor pullback and didn't make it all the way. So we're waiting for some correction. So this right here, you see, is a pretty much you can say a triple rejection because on the 1 hour these would be a little downtrend and then a pullback right here. So EU is also in a pretty sensitive area right now. However, waiting to see what price does in this area. Um, uh, yeah, so I'd want to see what happened here if we get a rejection to retest this area here to see what happens. So based on how the market pushed and how it opened, pretty much everything right now is just a matter of giving us a pullback. So we're gonna have to do some watching where these pairs are concerned. Um, Yeah. So that's what we're gonna be doing. So any other pairs we can just look. Let's take a look. We can just wait. I believe someone had asked me about this one. EJ is a bit stubborn. That's alright. No, I was waiting on this play to happen all of all of last week. Oh, we got to the 60 pip point. Yeah, it took some time. This again, this entry was from our live session, if you guys can remember. Last one we did on Thursday. We got in this entry, secured 20 pip before the call ended. Then we got to 40 and 60 after the call. So that one did what it was supposed to do as well. And now it's sitting in this area, so bit intrigued to see just what it has up its sleeve. Alright, so we're just watching. Try not to make too sudden off a move or too quick off a move. Possible retest. Alright, so we're gonna do a sell stop on gold real quick. I'm gonna risk just about 16 pip on this move. Alright, so we're gonna go for gold sells. 1950, 1950.90. So 1950.90 is the sell stop on gold. All right, so just to do a quick overview on using the sheet, the compound sheet. So I got an account here. Um, I'm gonna just use this one for demonstration purposes. And let's go first with pulling up the sheet. So this is the compounding sheet. Again, I recommend that you use the aggression setting of super conservative and use your beginning balance to be half of the actual capital that's in the account. So this demo account has $760. So we're just gonna say 700. So let's just put this at 350. And it shows that, hold on, did it change just now? Oh yeah, it changed. All right, so 350. So this is again conservative. If you're going to change it, I wouldn't recommend going above conservative, but we're gonna just keep it at super conservative, which shows that for our first trade, we should be using a 0.14 lot on this one. All right. And again, the reason why I'm not trading my personal account is because I have an account for someone who had paid me to pass their challenge account for them, but I was waiting on the credentials. So I was going to use that account as my primary account um, overall, especially with persons doing this while trading on a challenge account. So that is why. So you just select it. So it would be 0.14. This is just a one-click trading, so it's easy to just click buy or click sell on the platform. So that is what I have going. So you select the lot size, make it easier. So if you're using your desktop to do the trading, it's easier. You just right click on the screen and you just select one click trading here. Makes it much easier for you when we're doing scalps. You can set your um what's this lot size. Yeah, you can set your lot size um right there. And the moment you click sell or you click buy, you're in. You won't have to enter any of that information. So it makes it pretty easier, helps with your execution being faster and pretty much you entering right where I would enter or where I'd say enter. So that's what we're currently looking at. Right. So in the chats, you can just comment to let me know if it is that you're trading a live account or one from a prop firm. You can just say live or prop just to give me an idea as to what we're working with. Don't have to say how much unless you wanna, but I just want to know if we're working with live accounts, prop firms, so I can advise you accordingly as it relates to lot sizes and such. All right, so seeing as we have some prop firms going, so for that, what I recommend is you're going to use a lot size based on your daily loss limit. right? So where's my markup? If your max daily loss is $5,000, then you'd use the $2,500 in the sheet. You'd put that in the sheet. That's how we're gonna do it for the prop firm. So that way you're pretty safe with your risk as relates to your account. I know you may have heard me and some of the fellows talking about some extremely large lot sizes, um, but we all want to get past it. So if we use that, because I'm sure that for the prop firms, it's different size that we're using. So I'd have to pretty much calculate each and every one to give you one standard lot to use across everything. So we will just work with the sheet for now. So just enter in the sheet half of your overall daily loss, max loss. And for the persons with live account, and then you'd enter half of your capital in that section. For the persons that said that commented that they're trading a live account, is a live account 500 or more? I think I want to do a challenge with you guys specifically for live accounts. Just let me know. Are we working with 500 or more for the live accounts? Okay. All right. So one person said no. All right. So no, we're not adding any additional pressure on anyone. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just use the compounding sheet and keep it as is, whatever your starting capital is. But I want you to document it though. So just to make a note as to what it is, your capital, no, not, you don't have to tell me, don't need to know. You just make a note as to what your starting capital is. And if possible, I'd like you to use that account, or if you can set aside some funds in a separate account that you use just on the live streams. Yeah, so that's how we're gonna track it because the reason, so that's another reason why I wasn't deciding to trade on my account because I wanted it to be a journey where all trades are taken on the live session. So whatever trades are taken on that account, you should have those trades as well, unless you decide that you're not going to take that one. So if you can, just set aside that account for our live sessions. If not, and you can get a second account, sure. If you only want to use the one, then that's fine as well. Do you have a new sheet? When I click super conservative, mine switches to all zeros. I'm not sure why that would happen. Try saving a copy of it from where it's actually working. So if you get it working on conservative, try saving a copy and then open the copy to see and change it to super conservative and see if that option works. Believe it should work. All right. So we're in a bit of a waiting game. So GJ hasn't hit our trend line as yet. Nor is it breaking down. Let's set an alert here. All right, so we have GU going. Okay, good. Good that it worked for you. All right, let me move this over here. All right. Good evening. How can I get access to the component sheets? Oh, all right. So I'm going to share my email address, and whoever doesn't have the compounding sheet, you can just send me an email requesting it, and I send it to you. I'm not sure you'd be able to click on the link from YouTube, so I can send it to your email. So I'm just gonna give me just a minute to drop my email address in the chat, and you can message me from there to get it. All right, so the email address is admin@infallibleforex.com. Can just put in the subject line compound sheet. So for anyone who doesn't have the compounding sheet that we shared, just send me an email. This is this sheet. This is what we will be using. What's this? Oh, super conservative, but this should be 350. Yeah. So anyone who doesn't have that sheet, just send me an email and I will send it to you. All right, let's see what gold is doing. All right, so the two accounts, it's not a requirement. It's just a case of if you wanted to separate the two. So if you wanted to have the account where it's just trades that you take on the live stream, then you would have it, and then you'd have your regular account where you either trade your setups or signals or whatever it is. So That's the reason I was talking about two accounts. All right. Again, anyone who doesn't have the compounding sheet, my email is in the chat. You just send me an email and I'll send it to you. So the aim of the session is that we want to have at least three. Well, the aim is three trades. If the market gives, then we'll take more, but we're trying not to do too much. So get three trades, then we'll take it and we will go from there. So sells on gold now active. 20 pip is at 1948.89. So again, we can choose to take partials at 20 pips or close the trade at 20 pip because it is a 20 pip strategy that we're using. So we want to keep that going. So if it's a case where you're going to hold to the 40 pip because each setup we look to get 40 pip. However, we really just need 20 for the strategy. Anything else we just take as extras. So that's what we're working with. So if it's a case where you're choosing to hold beyond the 20 pip, then I'd recommend you closing 50% at 20 pips and then leave a runner. All right, so now we wait to see just what's going on with gold as we just got activated here. All right, and for the persons that emailed me about the sheet, ensure that once you get it, you click save a copy before you do anything else. All right, so you just hit save a copy and then you should be good from there. So no, live trading is going to be Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Yes, so we're going to be doing 3 days per week. Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays. Yeah, I want to do every day, but not as yet. In the process of getting a new machine. Um, Once I do, then yes, getting a system built specifically to be able to handle all that I want to do. So once that is completed, then we will up it, but we should be good just the same at 3 days for the week. Speaking of machines, do you use their magic keys often? Yes, yes, I do. I have it set up to one broker and I use it often. Oh yes, it's very helpful for quick scouts because I have it where for sales, right? So I have it for sales and buys. So what happened is I set a specific button. So for example, my F1 button is an instant sell. My F2 is instant buy. And I set it where once I hit instant sell or buy, it gives me a 20 pip stop loss with a 40 pip take profit. And I also have it set where it automatically closes 50% at 20 pips. So it's really, really good. It's really good. And all this. Have you done this challenge before or do you do it often? Are you asking as it relates to the 20 pip? If so, yes, I do it often. And yes, I've done it before. Normally, normally I use it to scale accounts in a fast but safe way, I'd say. Yeah, so you're just focusing on 20 pips. You can decide that for each day that's all you want or all right, so let me just bring the sheet up so while I'm talking you can see it. So for example, right, this shows that using all right, so someone didn't save a copy so it keeps throwing me off. All right, so remember that the account I showed you guys earlier had $750. So if I put 350 in here with a super conservative lot size, then per trade, right? As I was saying that sometimes going up the lot size may get scary to you, like up here where you have 27 lot, but then when you look at it, it's only 20 pip. So you can start, you can keep a set lot size wherever on your journey that you decide to, right? But you can look at it to say, okay, you just want to take 20 trades, right? 20 trades is right here. So looking at 20 trades, then you would have a cumulative profit of $5,000, $5,210, right? On your $750. Now, this 20 trades, this can be 20 trades or it can be 20 days, right? So if you're doing 3 trades per day at 20 pip, you can go ahead and change your lot size each time according to your sheet, right? And you'd be on your way as it relates to the overall layout that we have going for the 20 pip, right? So it is something that definitely works, and you're not having a high level of risk because you're only risking 20 pip. And with the overall setup here, it's not like you're over leveraging, right? Because when you look at it on a $700 account for your very first trade, you're risking $28 because the stop loss is 20 pip, right? So you're risking $28. So this is your risk per trade per the lot size that you're using. And at 20 pips, you'd make the same amount, right? So it's a safe way to do it. So by looking to double your account, then it would take you just about 19 trades at 20 pips, right? Not over leveraging or anything of that sort, not doing any crazy risk. Well, no, it won't take you so long actually. It would actually take you 10 trades right here for the cumulative profit, right? And that's about that. Hold on. So gold seems to be breaking up. Hold on, do we adjust? Hold on, let me see something here. No, so we'll just wait on it to do its thing. If it takes us out, then that's fine. So hopefully that answers your question. So yes, I've done it. I something I recommend with my students as well, and they do it, have success. I had one particular student who grew $2,000 to $28,000 in 2 weeks using that form. All right. So if we get stopped out on gold, we're going to adjust for the buys that we were talking about earlier as it relates to the overall play. But we will wait. We'll use a buy stop. Let's see. All right, so it is 40 pip back to this level, 60 pip back to this zone. All right. So just in case we get stopped out, or you can set a buy stop on gold at 1953.02. When you get the chance, sometime are you able to share a link to the magic keys you use? Look in the barrel on market. Yeah, just send me an email and I'll send you the link to the website. I believe it's magickeys.trade. Hold on, let me just check on it real quick. See if I can save you some time. Oh yeah, so that is it. I'm gonna just send the link here. So it's magickeys.trade. All right, so magickeys.trade. That's the official website, and that's where I bought mine. Works perfectly. You're welcome. It's really good though, because it takes a whole lot of hassle out of managing your trades. Like you just hit instant buy or sell, and you have nothing else to worry about once you've set it before. And then you can have different templates. So you can have a template for a scalp or intraday, where if you're trading and it reaches your entry for your intraday setup, you can just hit that specific key that you have it pre-programmed to, and it will automatically enter you in the trade. So what if your intraday setups normally have like a 30 pip stop loss to like a 50 or a 100 pip take profit, then you can pre-program that in it as well. And you just choose between templates, and that's pretty much it. So it's really good. Takes a whole lot of hassle out of trading, especially if you do go through quite a few volume of trades, or if it's a case where you scalp, especially in scalping, it helps you get in and out pretty quickly. You're welcome. All right, so I just got an email regarding something that someone had asked me about that I think I might address. So some time ago, I said that I was working on something for you guys, because so actually what I've been putting together, I've been trying to put together was an affiliate service where because persons are reaching out and saying that they're recommending persons and have been recommending persons to the signals group, as well as recommending persons for mentorship. So with that being said, the affiliate service has been completed and it's now ready to go. So persons can sign up from my website. For those who don't have it, I'll drop it in the chat as well so you guys can get it. So for each person that you recommend to the signals chat, you would be receiving 20%, a 20% commission as long as that person stays active. So if they're with the service for 3 months, then you'll receive that for 3 months. Um, for the mentorship, there is an affiliate reward for that, but because it is not an recurring billing, then that one would be a case by case scenario. So that one is not a percentage. Well, it is a percentage if you try to calculate it, but with that one, for each successful student that you recommend, then you would earn yourself $500. So I'm gonna share the link again to the website where you can sign up. Quite a few persons have been asking me about it, and I think it's only fair based on the fact that you are recommending people to me. So again, one more way that I think I can give back to you guys. So whoever is interested, for the persons who were asking me about it, I'll just share the link and you can register and take it from there. Alright guys, so the buy stop on gold has now been activated. So we going in for the buys on gold. Got stopped out for that 20 pip just now. On the sell, we've adapted to buys on gold because we just break above our level. So we're gonna see what we can get from here. Now this can be the start of the pullback that I'm expecting for the overall move, but taking it a step at a time. So let's just see about recovering that 20 pip and then go further. Once we get to, if we get to the 40 pip area here and start breaking above, then we start looking for overall continuation. But this is a price sensitivity area right here that we have this green line. So these are all key areas. These are all key areas. Let's see, GJ buys are active as well. Well, this is rather interesting. Gold and GJ pushing up at the same time. Rather interesting. Alright, so GJ has pushed off, currently in profit on that one, approaching our 20 pip target. So let's see what that has in store for us. Something funky is happening here. Alright, just put GJ at break even. Let's put GJ at break even. All right, so I'm not sure if you heard me just now. Realize that the music wasn't paused. So I'm saying that for GJ, let's put that at break even. If it got activated for you, and I was saying that the buy was activated on gold. So we're in buys on gold and we're in sells on CHF JPY right now. Yes, that's what we're at. Um, Buys took off on GJ, but I'm saying put it at break even as I don't think it's gonna want to go in the same direction just yet. So let's just wait for some added confirmation on that. Try not to get too sharp on that. So let's give it some time, give the trade some time to decide what they're gonna be doing in terms of direction. Not sure what caused this little spike here. Um, so we're gonna be monitoring the trades pretty closely. All right. So for this trade on the screen, we're approaching 20 pip. Go ahead and put your stop at break even just to have a risk-free trade. This is an intraday setup, so we're looking at more than one take profits. Final target will be down here, but we're taking it a step at a time. So go ahead, put your stop at break even while we approach our 20 pip mark. All right, so we got stopped at break even on GJ. That's fine. We didn't suffer a loss there. And it's a bit tricky. I want to add up to the cells based on JPY. But let's wait on GJ to cross below this point before we do anything else. Um, oh, we could actually take this. We could actually take this. Do we wanna? All right, so we got stopped at break even on GJ just now. We're up on CHFJPY. We're up on gold buys as well. All right. I'm not sure. GJ is in a tricky little spot right now. Tricky little spot. Tricky little spot. I wanna do the sell on it. I really think it's going to continue selling. This area is of a little concern to me right now. Oh, the one over closed clean. One already did its thing. Alright, so this should have been an impulse entry if we're to take it. Alright, so this is risking about reject from here. Alright, so we're gonna go for the sells. It's just about 20 pips, so let's risk it. So GJ sells would have been nice to get on the pullback. Stops right above the last candle there. Let's measure 20 pip. And 63. All right, so we're adapting 40 pip right down here, and That's a good spot. Alright, we should be getting some volume soon. 30 minutes. Oh. Alright, so again, for every trade that's running, you're in profit, set your stops to break even. It's better you get stopped out at zero than having it go against you. Alright, let's see. Overall sells on GJ from this move here. Let's try and at least take it to this red line to see what price does from there. So let's see if we get the continuation. Now we're trying not to look at anything else right now. Want to see what news has to offer us as well. Being that news is about an hour away. So let's give it some time, see what London volume can do, pre-London can do for us. Alright, so we almost got to 20 pip here. Yeah. This is where original stop loss was. All right, so I want to see what CPI bring for CHF. So instead of just ending no on the hour at 2, I'm gonna just wait for news just to see what news does. So let's give it another 30 minutes as it's been a pretty slow night so far. Let's see if we get any volume at 2 or if everything is just waiting. All right, so this is another one. Stop that break even. right before the news. I guess it's gonna run for the buys. Impulse entry, but this is a bit risky. This 20 pip is right here. But based on what I'm seeing here, uh, it's a lot of break evens tonight. Alright, so let's just see. When it's a few minutes to, then we look at where the candles are, how they're printing, and see if we can take an impulse entry for news. So let us just wait and see. We won't whatever entry we're gonna be taking, we won't use any stop loss for that. We're gonna just do either a buy stop or a sell stop. But let's see closer to the time and then we'll decide what we're gonna do. Yeah, man, it's all about the risk. Makes no sense to be wild and crazy because right here, this could just be all minor structure. This is at a sensitive area here and also a TP on a fib. Based on how everything is printing, yes, price can just fly, especially with news coming up. It can just take off, but not trying to think too far ahead. Wanna just wait and see what's happening with that. I believe gold should be uh, should be breaking up. Alright, but I wanna focus on this one. Okay, so 4-0 rejected close, and this one is breaking above. So ideally for the intraday setup, I was looking for pullbacks to this area for buys up to this area. Um, I know safest buys would be above this area. Targeting, yeah, So this is now has now formed a little zone right here. Alright, so focusing on this, but 20 pip on gold. Um, Try not to come off the screen for right now. Alright, so again, we're gonna be using buy stops and sell stops for CPI. I don't normally trade in the news outside of USD news, sometimes GBP. I can't remember trading a CHF news before, primarily CPI. I can't remember doing that before, but let us see. Closer to the ending of this candle, closer to the closure, we will see on the 30 minutes. So ideally, well, why it is because for right now it's still considered as the world reserve currency. So that's why USD news impacts all different kind of markets. All right, so if we're gonna look at sell stops would be below this 30-minute candle. So just about 145, 140. So 145, 140 for sell stops on CHFJPY. 145, 140. All right, and then we're gonna do buy stops at let me see. All right, so we got about 8 minutes. Let's wait to see if this one breaks. I want to see if it breaks above this high first. But sell stops, you can set the sell stops. Either way it runs, it should give at least 100 pip, considering the fact that it's CPI. So if it decides to give us the pullback down to retest this area, trend line, just sticking with the area, just about 130 pip. And if it decides to break above, then we're looking at just about the same amount of pip. So will be waiting and adapting. So sell stops 145, 140. And for buy stops, I'll let you know based on the close of this candle. All right, so this is saying 2 minutes and a few seconds to go. All right, so let's see. All right, so buy stops gonna be 145,883. 880. 145,880. 145,880. Yeah, CPI less than a minute. Or I should probably put it a bit closer because brokers may cause slippage. Alright, 1457. No, let's keep it as is. So it breaks above, then a better chance of continuing. Because from here, it can just plummet as well as from here. So that's what you're gonna do. So let's see where we gonna get our 100 pip from. Hopefully it gives all 130 pip or more. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hmm. He said 30 lot. So Frank. Well, let's see. Holds this level right here. That should be good. And then just fly. I just read around the US news. It just moves. Alright, so waiting for the numbers. Oh, so it came a lower. But it's not moving. Hmm. Wow, that's a bummer. Expected to see Canada's flying a boat. I know. Nah, this isn't cool at all. It's not even moving. Uh, well, wasted my time there. Oh, snap. I didn't take an entry here. All right, let's see about getting to this level and rejecting from there. This was our hope at getting some volume, and it didn't get it at all. Yeah, I'm not liking this one. Not liking this one at all. All right, so I'm not seeing any volume on our end. Give us any real nice setups. No, this was an old one. That was the last one. All right, so I'm going to call it for tonight. However, let's just do some quick updates as to possible setups that I can leave you guys with. So gold is still running. That is fine. I'll take a look on it surely. So GJ also we're in a buy on this one. Pretty much approaching the 40 pip mark. So pay attention to this area though, right? So on GJ, all of this right here is pretty crucial. These two zones we gotta pay attention to. All right. Now remember that we've been playing bullish on GJ for some time now. However, from this level, we can still have a rejection to go further. And again, this trend line was broken. So it is possible that we can get a retest of the trend line as well as just an overall rejection. So pay attention to see if we get something like this, right? However, if price decides to just push through here, go to the top, then this is the zone that we will use for the retest to continue going higher, all right? If price decides to reject from this area here, then you just have to play it safe to ensure that it's not a case of us just heading to the downside. All right, overall, I have this trend line that needs to be retested. This is a major trend line. So ideally, I was looking for sells, for pullbacks on GJ. I was looking for some deeper pullbacks. All right. So pay attention to the top zone, this green one at the top. Pay close attention to that. If we start breaking lows of any candles on the 30 minutes time frame, then you can look to close the buy. So if we get anything resembling what happened here, where you had bullish candles and then you had bearish candle breaking the lows, then you would close the buys and transition into sells. Stop loss can be above this zone, anywhere above this zone, and we go ahead to target this zone right here. Pretty much same area as the trend line. So let's say worst case scenario, you'd enter the sell here. Yeah, pretty much a 200 pip range there. If by chance it would break above, I personally wouldn't take it above here just yet. I would need to see how the actual candles are forming before I do that. But based on the 4 hour time frame as well, this looks as if sells are a better play with this area, all of this area here being something of a key area. So even if you should throw a fib on there, you would get something. CTP2 on the fib. So if you get a pullback to the 50, which is where it's heading, and you look for a TP2, it'd pretty much be right at the top of the zone here. So something to look out for. Now, where gold is concerned, let me use the other chart. We were looking at some pullbacks into this area here. All right, so yeah, so you set at break even now and leave it be. So almost at 40 pip right here. And what we do is pay attention here. Overall, I was looking for gold to give some pullbacks, right? This is the first area in question. However, it can pull back up here as well, possibly to retest this trend line or this zone. This zone is this green zone is where I would really like for it to go. May take some time, may not happen, but based on the structure, then I'm looking for this. So that is what I was looking at even before market open, but price just gave minor pullbacks to sell. So being that we're in the buy, we just closed above, just hit 40 pip now for the buy. So you can just bring stop loss to break even and just monitor accordingly. Once you get a close above where price is holding firm as it relates to buys, then we should be good. So if we close above this little area here, then you can look to target 1962.48 to come into all of this chaos up here. So just pay attention to that one, secure some profits, leave some runners. I believe, let me see what else. Yeah, we're pretty much done with CHF. Uh, and it is rejecting just as I said. Just as I said. So we would have been out unless you had your stop loss somewhere up there. But this one would have gotten us out at break even. So nothing else. If we're gonna look to re-enter this, then sells below 144,900. Sells below 144,900 to target 144,800. And that's what we'd ideally what I'm looking at. If I adapting to buys overall, I'm buys for CHFJPY, but just need a pullback. Looking to buy up to the 147,200 area. So that is what I'm looking at. These are the updates from now. So again, thank you all for joining, and I will see you all on Tuesday. Tuesday night, we'll do it again, starting at 11, and we'll see what the market has for us at that time.